website is allowed to use on whitelist. Whitelist only allowed websites can cover from a browser. Very important distinction who cause affect browser Firefox. Example right fits from a random. If they do install Chorus. I got you. Got you. Chorus. I got you. I need to make an error. Error. Error logger. Error logger. Okay. Config. And then fucking hell. Fucking hell. Option.js. Okay, whitelist. Okay, config. No, like this is the allowed one. Then front end. I got no front end though. So I need to add some front end. With the fuck up, CD. Bro. ChatGPT. I was having fun last time I was learning. I want to keep that going. chorus config. Let's break it down. Full code for reference. Chorus equals to semicolon, curly brackets, not semicolon. Origin callback, callback. Just an object. No, you pass the object to the chorus middleware. So okay, this request will be allowed. This is the important part. What is happening here? Origin, where the phone request is coming from, like URL. Origin protocol. Oh my god. Okay, I got you. I got you. Origin, where the request is coming from, callback of a function that a function you must call to allow or deny the request. You must call to allow or deny. This is not random JS. It's a function that course itself calls examples values of origin request come from localhost 300 origin value. Okay, postman undefined. Whitelist includes origin. Whitelist include origin. What the fuck did I write there? Yeah, I get that. Check it. There's no origin header. What happened when callback null true? This request is all out. Null true. Else callback new. No null mean no error. True means all our requests. Callback no new error not allowed by chorus. Full logic plain if the request confirm. Okay, I got you. Why use a function instead of origin? option oh wow, equals to 300. That's all for now though. And I need option, I need cons option equals to course option equals to first I need it covers origin function 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 has one callback and then origin in general. So if origin okay include and include origin or for the postman or thunder client we need to doesn't doesn't have an origin. Okay, allow origin and then what? And then callback bracket null true true else callback new comma false new error. Okay, and then I need to look at that all fetch Oh fucking hell! I forgot about that. Chorus, chorus also require chorus, and then on chorus option wasn't it there? Also require dot slash sorry dot slash config slash course option. What the okay, course option. Okay, I got you. I got you. I got you. I got you. Let's move this. The use chorus for chorus option test.
We have If we come into here, we can. We have technology.
It didn't work.
That used to be me every single time I ran into a CORS error until I realized just how easy it is to fix these errors. So in this video, I'm going to show you everything you need to know about CORS so you never have to run into these types of errors. Here's a quick example of a CORS error. As you can see, I just have a simple script file that's running on my client. It's accessing our server, trying to get some data, and it's trying to print that data out. And on our server, you can see we have that data response. We're just using Express to set up the server, listening on port 3000. And as you can see, when we're trying to fetch from localhost 5500 to localhost 3000, it's saying that we cannot fetch that because of CORS, and it's saying that no access control allow origin header is present on the requested resource. And that tells you exactly what you need to do to fix CORS. In order to allow a request to go from one origin to another, so for example, localhost port 5500 to localhost 3000, we need to tell the browser, hey, we allow requests to come from other URLs. And this is what the access control allow origin allows us to do. It says, where do you allow requests to come from? So our server is telling our client, hey, these are the allowed URLs that are able to access us. By default, the only allowed URL is the same origin that you come from. So we can make requests from our current origin, but when you're trying to make requests from a different origin, you need to specify the origins that are allowed. Now, in order to do this setting of the header inside of Express, we're going to be using a library called cores to do that, and I'll show you the before and after of what happens. We go to the network tab here, we can see that this data request is being made, and if I just try to come in here and look at the different headers, you can see that my response headers has nothing for an setting of the header inside of Express. We're going to be using a library called cores to do that, and I'll show you the before and after of what happens. We go to the network tab here, we can see that this data request is being made, and if I just try to come in here and look at the different headers, you can see that my response headers has nothing to do with that application or access control allow origins. You can see it doesn't exist anywhere inside of here. But if we install that cores library, so we say npm i cores, that's just going to install those for Express. There's a million different ways to do this depending on what library you're using. So if you're using Express, it's going to be this cores library. If you're using like Python or Go, there's going to be their own library, or you can manually set the headers in your own. But we can just say app.use cores, and this is a function. And the first thing we're going to pass to it is our origin. And this is the origin of the client that we allow, which we know is just localhost 5500. So now if I just make sure that I take cores and require that cores library and I save, you can see that if we go over to our console, we're still getting that request error. And that's because this origin has a value of localhost 5500, but it's not equal to 127.0.0.1 because that's our actual URL. So let's say 127.0.0.1. Now when we save, you can see it actually prints out the data instead of giving us a cores error. And if we come in here, let's just make sure we refresh all this, open up our data, and you can see we have an access control allow origin, and it has the actual URL that we're trying to make the request from. So our server is saying, hey, you know what, if you're coming from this origin, then we allow any request to come up. But let's say this is 5501, that's now a different origin. So now we're getting that error because it's saying, hey, you know what, you're not equal to the allowable origins. Also, if you want to allow any origin at all, just put a star inside of here. And now if we save this with just a star, you can see that the data is coming through just fine. And that's because our access allowed origins here, we come in here, our access control allow origin is for every single thing. It's because we have a star here. Now this works great when it comes to things like get and post request. This is going to solve all of your problems for cores immediately. But if you need to do something like a put request, so if we change this to a put, and then inside of here, we just make our method a put method, well, now we actually have a different problem that we're going to run into. You'll notice if we come in here, let's just change this back. back to HTTP 127.0. You're now request. It's because we
function and object and allowed website object with the URL of the allowed website, and then request the header the origin means the URL, isn't it? And if allow website doesn't include origin, you made sure to send a message to access and do access denied or origin not allowed. And next to continue to the next function or some sort, like globally all root. How it works? Okay. Let me see if this work. Well, if doesn't work, then I'm be like, fucking hell. Paste, save, express, browser side. I got that. I don't think my chorus is working because like I haven't seen one chorus error right now, so I think something is wrong. And while using anything you told me to record is not working.
Of course, and it's saying that no access control allowed.
Fucking hell, I said, I think I said fuck chorus and use something else. Fuck you, bitch. Fucking fuck off. I'm tired of this bullshit. I want to try fucking hell chorus, chorus, chorus. Let's fucking delete that chorus, bitch, for now. Log item date time UID message. Okay, from here. From what I understand is that const log event async means that let the other run and this will run in between them. I think so. And then daytime it takes the npm or package function like format new date is something that is given, and log item is taking date and time is given. UID is also taken from the package, and the fuck is a message? I think it's like called, what do you call it? Um, the function, the variable in between the small bracket for a function. Um, I think, and with the where did the log name go? And try if like if the file doesn't exist, it create the file, and await means to stop everything and make the directory. And if and append log, what the fuck is a log name though? And log item is the date and time and the message. Okay, I got you. And if there is an error, console the error. Const logger, what the fuck is this? Logger equals to request respond next. Log events gave request the method. What does that mean? Request the method, request the headers, the origin. What the fuck is that? Request the URL gave, I think, like www.google.com, I guess. And request log the txt. Okay, request log, what the fuck does that do? And console the log, request the method, I don't know what that is. Request the path, I don't know what that is. And next is to continue to the next function. And if there is no next function, it breaks, I think so. So let me npm js, let me find date fns uuid. Format distance sub days this. uh, Date class tab. Time, hour, minute, txt, and then await. No, if exists or doesn't exist true, then await fs the home make directory sync. holiday tomorrow and day after tomorrow, so I'll be like grinding this shit, bitch. And module exports equals to log event log event log event equals require from 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 what the fuck is this? Target log event log event. Okay, I'll put log event. File name. The fuck is this? This work function v4 okay, this work hello file logs.txt. That's not what I want. Txt um, um file name txt, and then what's up bro.txt. This ain't what I want. This ain't what I want. Txt save. No, what's up, bro? Okay, log is done, and then what else? the fuck? The Scar said bullshit. And what else? What else? Error handler. App they use error handler. Log event. What the fuck does that mean? Logger middleware lambda line, so you can see exactly what its part does with example. Log next method and the HTTP method of the request. Okay, the method, like if someone requests get slash users like that in your code, log console.log will pretend get path. Okay, users, and then mm, because the headers origin, it is the origin header sent by the browser telling you where request came from. Only uses of course, example. Okay, here is the origin. Will this will write something like get from user. Okay, notice the tab URL path. Okay, crystal path without path path and get method get method origin भनेको चाहिँ URL भयो. URL is the no origin is the like the main URL, and URL gives the full URL. Request the path request the path path is give us slash. Okay, your user next. They still access to move to the next or without it hand and never response. Next, here's logger you mean where, yeah, the get send user list log first next the user. Okay, like let me do a logger cons logger like request response next, then um, then log cons what um details details, and then message equals to request the method slash 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 now tab request the header dot origin. This is a origin gives us the main deal like www.google.com type shit, and then slash t request the URL, give full URL, log item, method path. Okay, and let me console.log method path, and console.log method and path, and then next. Okay, this plus logger and top of the JS. Cause I think typo in header. You're using log capital L. What the fuck did I? Bro, that's the same thing. Using capital L, make sure your folder name matches exactly. You're using make sure your folder's name matches. Yeah, The used logo. What the fuck? Git and if server. What the fuck? Doesn't help at all. And then move. And I want this to work with employees.
Hey guys, it's Talia.
Your hero hiding like his end. Your hero hiding like his end. JJ this, JJ that. No, tell me one of those too bad. Top 10 bit. Okay. In details. Post. Yes. Cle fucking hell. What the fuck is Kid Bass? Fuck this. Oh, npm run dev. Okay. And then let's delete that all. And then employee send post undefined. Okay, that's alright. Post body um JK. Okay, and then delete 7 6 5. It's okay then. That's alright, and then let's do error handling. What the fuck is error handling? Error. No, this no. What the fuck is error handling here? Log events, error handling, error request. For error handling, when do we use when not to use next? Don't call next if you send and response. What the fuck? A rule of thumb. Middleware just does something, logging, modifying request. Yes, just doing something, logging, modifying request. Yes, ends the request. No, like send ends automatically, I guess. And routes handler, send route handler, send response. Okay. And like waiter checking things before the kitchen. Fucking hell. Cons. Why do I use import, dude? Cons and then mm, handler error error request response next. Okay. Fuck. I log. The fuck did I log event? This is cool. And then equals to okay. And then log event have message and file name. Let's sort it out first, and then comma file name error logs error logs. um, and what do you call that? um Properties, I forgot about that. Property name. Okay. Stack. Okay. Stacks the ever cool path stack source file name line number error path error the path and path in stack line. I'm cool with this. Error, then log events, and then what the fuck did it tell me to do? call it? What do you call it? YouTube.com. And then what do you call it? Mm, no, David.
Once again, all include.
This works. Minimize. Boom. And let's start with. How long is it? Um, 43 to only 20 minutes. 25 minutes. Authentication.
Today, we will add user authorization to our Express API. We're going to start with the code repository from the last tutorial, but if you don't have it, you should be able to easily follow along without it, or you can download or clone the starter source code from the link that I've provided.
Fuck about this. What the fuck is this? What is this? Middleware in Express and it used to parse incoming requests. Body. This is the built-in middleware. This is built-in middleware in Express. It parse URL encoded the Skynet forms when submitted with application X form the post login. New simple key value string using memory with read form data in simple flat structure. Let you express app read form data in simple flat structure and put it in request the body. Problem. When a user fills a form on a website and clicks submit the send data to a server, but the server can automatically encoding is a transform data. Okay, well, okay. Without Okay, okay, I got you.
Added in the description below. We're going to get started by simulating
The fuck is he doing right now?
a user's database table in our model directory with the user's JSON file. So let's open the model directory and let's create a new file and name it users.json. And now we really don't new file and name it users.json. And now we really don't need to put anything in here, but I'll go ahead and just put in an empty array.
Wait, let me like cross this out. Like use this. What the fuck is that? The computer course on users and scores 10, 10, 10, 10. I really want to see what MongoDB looks like. MongoDB.
as if it would hold JSON, but it's not right now because we're going to write over this really. Now, user authorization requires two routes, a registration route to register a new user account and an authorization route to authorize the user to register a new user account and an authorization route to authorize the user after they have created an account. But we're going to start in the controllers folder because that's where we'll really handle the routes and what we do with them. So let's go ahead and create a new controller and let's call this register controller.js. Okay, in the register controller, let's start out by pulling in our users from the users controllers folder because that's where we'll really handle the routes and what we do with them. So let's go ahead and create a new controller and let's call this register controller.js. Okay, in the register controller, let's start out by pulling in our users from the users database that we're simulating with that JSON file. I'm going to create an object and set this up much like you would see with useState in React, where we have our users state, and we'll go ahead and require those users, and this will be /model/users.json. And after we do that, let's go ahead and have a set users method for this object as well. And here we can say function, pass in the data.
This is the fucking object. This is the property of the object.
And now, oops, I'm so used to writing an arrow function, but this will not have an arrow. And it's users equals data. There we go. And now that we've got our
User function data. This is user, the users equals to data. It's like, this means the current, the user equals to the data means the new fucking data.
set users function and then our users pulled in. So we'll have our users database object that contains both of these. Just a quick way to simulate that. So if you're used to working with React, this should look kind of familiar, even though it's not really the use state. And if you're not, I hope you're familiar enough with JavaScript to understand how this will be the users. And of course, we'll set the users using our setter function right here. Okay, now we need some other things because we're going to work with that JSON file. So let's go ahead and pull in fs promises, and that's the file system, so we require fs, but then after it we put dot promises, and then we're also going to need path, so let's require path. Well, there we go. If I can type path, we'll get it. And now we're going to need to install a package called bcrypt, and bcrypt will help us hash and salt the passwords that we come in so we can securely and safely store them in our database. So let's go ahead and open a terminal window. I press Control backtick here in Windows to open my terminal window. You could also go to the terminal menu and choose New Terminal. But here we're going to type npm I and then bcrypt That's bcrypt. And we'll go ahead and install this package. It shouldn't take long. And when it's complete, we'll check our package.json file to ensure that it has been added to our project. And it looks like we're about ready to do that now. So let's see. We've got it installed. Let's scroll down here and I'll choose package.json. And yes, bcrypt has been added to our package.json file. So we'll go ahead and close that out. Now we can require bcrypt at the top of our file with our other requirements. So set that equal to require and pull in bcrypt. Okay, now that we've done that, let's go ahead and define our handler for the new user information that we'll receive at this register route. So I'm going to call this handle new user script. Okay, now that we've done that, let's go ahead and define our handler for the new user information that we'll receive at this register route. So I'm going to call this handle new user, and this is going to receive a request and a response. Now what I forgot to do was make this an async function, which we need to do. We can use async await with bcrypt, and we might need it somewhere else too. Now, when we first pull this information in, the request is going to have a user and a password. So let's destructure that from the request body. So we'll get the user and the password. Set this equal to the request.body. And now we can say if there's no user or there's no password, set this equal to the request.body. And now we can say if there's no user or there's no password, we'll go ahead and return right here with a response. The status will be 400, which stands for bad request. That's an HTTP status code. And then JSON will go ahead and send a message down, and we'll say message, and now we'll say username and password are required. And I'm noticing that we're not wrapping lines, so I'm going to press Alt-Z in Windows. That's what goes ahead and tells Visual Studio Code to wrap the lines of code. It may be different if you're on Mac or Linux. Okay, so we're sending that response if we did not receive the user or password. But now at this point, we'll know we have received both the user and password. And this is where we would, let me go ahead and put a comment here, check for duplicate usernames in the database. And now since we're connecting to our JSON file to use as our database just as a simulation for this tutorial, we can go ahead and check for a duplicate in that JSON by doing this. Let's go ahead and define duplicate, and then we'll set that equal to usersdb dot users, which will pull in the users. Then we can use find, and now out of each user, let's go ahead and call this person so it just doesn't get confusing by too many users or using the word user over and over. This will be person, and then we're seeing if the person dot username from our user database is equal to the user that has been submitted, the username that's been submitted by the user. And therefore, we can see if we get a result as
duplicate the user db object, the property user, the find person, every single will like load like person, and then person, the username person, everything like yeah, both username and password is given, person dot username equals to all the user. I hear you, my friend, I hear you.
duplicate. And then we can say if we have a duplicate, then we want to return a response. It's response dot send status, and it's 409. And that is a conflict, is what that HTTP status code stands for. But if not, we're going to start a try catch now. So here's our try, and of course we have a catch afterwards where we would catch an error. And now let's go ahead and fill out that error block first. So if we get an error here, we're going to send that HTTP status code stands for. But if not, we're going to start a try catch now. So here's our try, and of course we have a catch afterwards where we would catch an error. And now let's go ahead and fill out that error block first. So if we get an error here, we're going to send a response with a status of 500, which would be a server error. We'll have a JSON, and let's go ahead and send a message here as well. And we can just pass in the error dot message that is received. Okay, but in our try block now, we need to go ahead and create our new user, and of course also use bcrypt to hash the password. Okay, I'll put a comment right here that we're going to encrypt the password with the next line, and this is where we'll use bcrypt. So let's define our hashed password, and we'll set that equal to await, and then use bcrypt. And now, oops, I'm sorry, we don't want compare, we want hash. And inside of that, we pass in the password that we've received from the user, and we're going to hash it. And here we determine the salt rounds. So it not only hashes the password, but it adds a salt to it. And that really helps protect the password if your database is somehow compromised, because at that point, if a hacker were able to figure out the hash, they could crack all of the passwords in the database. But adding the individual salts makes that much more difficult and unique for each one. So here we'll pass in 10 salt rounds, which is essentially the default or the standard there. And that will add the salt and the hash all at once. And bcrypt does a great
Trans factor, how many times we can apply that?
great job of storing those together at the same time. So that's really all we have to do there. Now that we've got the hashed password, we're going to go ahead and store, I'll put store the new user. And this, remember, is just going to our simulated user table that we're using in the JSON. So here I'm going to say new user and define the new user object first. We'll set this equal to username. We'll pass in the user, and then we'll have a password that we're going to store. And this will be our hashed password that we've created. Now let's set the new data with users DB.
User, okay, and that has password. PWD, nah, password.
dot set users, and here we'll pass in all of the data that we have. So we're working with immutable data. Instead of adding to the existing array, we're going to create a brand new array and then set all of that in the database. Password that
user db dot
we're going to store, and this will be our hashed password that we've created. Now let's set the new data with usersdb.setUsers, and here we'll pass in all of the data that we have. So we're working with immutable data. Instead of adding to the existing array, we're going to create a brand new array and then set all of that in the database. Very similar.
users db equals to dot set users so users data and the user db becomes that data. So okay, I got you.
Similar to using state in React here. So this will be users db users, and then we'll also
Okay, users db why do we need user though? User db new user, bruh.
add the new user all in this new array that we are setting as the new users or the new users data. Okay, now that we've set that,
Which is better? Updates using new array immute the past two argument but set correct would be material normal. Scenario. He ain't dying. He ain't dying.
Naruto, he might be a top 2 worst pick to ever pick in a situation like this. Because first of all, nothing pisses off criminals more than a person who talks too much and is broke. That is Naruto Uzumaki. Because as he's trying to convince them to let me go, they'll realize when his coin purse falls out of his pocket that he's broke and he just wasted their time. That means I'm cooked, so not him. Which means that unfortunately I would have to pick Ichigo. Why do I say unfortunately? Well, knowing Ichigo because he's such a hothead, I think he's gonna just hop in there and save his own brother's life. Two worst pick to ever pick in a situation like this. Because first of all, nothing pisses off criminals more than a person who talks too much and is broke. That is Naruto Uzumaki. Because as he's...
the fuck is he? Glaze, 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 bruh. Damn it. Self-realistic. The fuck is saying? Yeah, it's I'm gonna chill. Let's see about the guy. fuck? Bro, I literally just watched like 30 minutes of real. Fuck. Am I gonna edit? Hell no. No one's gonna watch though. That's why I ain't.
that, let's go ahead and write
Why the fuck should we use this instead of that? Mm. Con simple readable standard array operation. Just added this, adds this, add the user to existing array in memory. Okay, con only operate the array user db if you have another somewhere involved automatically. Focus, man. Good not. Operate user db dot identical style. You are passing to argument, but yeah, it's one. You are passing to argument, but it said, what the fuck is set user? Set user. Oh, fucking hell. But that just that's just it. Oh fucking bruh. This is like React. Might take if no one else is.
it to our JSON file, which is our users db.users, and then we'll also add the new user all in this new array that we are setting as the new users or the new users data. Okay, now that we've set that, let's go ahead and write it to our JSON file, which is our database in this simulation. So we'll have fs promises.write file. And now I'm going to break this out into separate lines just so we can see everything better. I'll go ahead and close our terminal window too. So now on the first line, I'm going to use path.join, and we're going to pull in the directory name. And after that, we need to go up out of the controllers directory. And then we need to go down into the model directory. And then we need to go ahead and write our users.json file. So this will overwrite any existing file there. And once we've done that, we need to specify the data we're sending. And this will say json.stringify, and we're going to pass in our usersdb.users. Okay, from there, let's just log to the console so we can see all of the users, or at least the one user that we add. But we'll log all in case we go ahead and test it more than once and add more than one user. Log those to the console, and then we need to send
User db. Wait. User db. Hell yeah.
send a status.
Why one and one? Yeah. Then stringify users. Then
That we need to specify the data we're sending, and this will say JSON.stringify, and we're going to pass in our
Why the fucking user only, bitch? Password is in are different. What the fuck?
usersdb.users. Okay, from there, let's just log to the console so we can see all of the users, or at least the one user that we add. But we'll log all in case we go ahead and test it more than once and add more than one user. Log those to the console, and then we need to send a status. And that status is 201 to say the new user was created. And let's go ahead and send some JSON again with a success. You could put message here or whatever you want, but we'll put new user, and then we'll pass in the user so we get the username, and we'll say created. And
Bro, this engineer and this engineer. Oh fucking hell, this engineer, right? Finishes and oh response the status successfully changed or something, I guess. The one Jason any
I needed to make this a template literal. Instead of using single quotes, we need backticks. And that way we can pass the user straight into the string that we're sending back. So we've created the new user, and there's the response. And that's basically it, except at the very bottom now we need to use module.exports. And let's go ahead and put this in an object so we can pull in the full name of the controller when we import it, just like we have previously done with the employees controller. And there we're finished with the register controller. So now let's go to the route straight into the string that we're sending back. So we've created the new user, and there's the response. And that's basically it, except at the very bottom now we need to use module.exports. And let's go ahead and put this in an object so we can pull in the full name of the controller when we import it, just like we have previously done with the employees controller. And there we're finished with the register controller. So now let's go to the routes folder, and we'll need to create a new route for this. Let's just call this register.js. And now at the top of register.js, we need to pull in express again, and this will be
bro, I'm not good at
equal to require express. And then we need to define our router. So we'll set the router equal to express.router. And then we'll need to go ahead and pull in the controller. So let's call this register controller. And we'll set it equal to require. And then we need to come up out of the routes folder, and then we'll go into the controllers folder, and from there we'll choose the register controller. Okay, now that we've got that, let's define our router, or our
Where the fuck is the register controller here? Require string controller slash register. Hell yeah. Okay.
route that we're looking for here. And
About now, because everything is going inside my brain and I'm actually learning something, bitch. For fuck's sake.
it's a post, and this will come in at the slash, just the root, and then we'll pull in our register controller dot
Router the post, okay. Post if root control the handle user.
handle new user.
We need handle new user, bro. We don't need anything else. Is there? Yeah, only this handle new user.
And after that, we can use module exports on it. I can spell module. We'll set this equal to router as we do with our routes. And now finally in the server
Sports. Post. Okay, post.
JS at the very bottom of our file tree, we want to go ahead and add this route with the other routes. So I'll just copy this down to start off. And we have this slash, and this will be app use, and now we're going to use the register route, and we're going to require routes slash register. And we can save that. I'm going to collapse this open editor so we can see all the files.
Register, comma, fucking hell, comma, require, where was it? Where the fuck was it? Router slash register. Yeah.
File tree at once. And if you remember, in our package JSON, we have NodeMon installed as a dev dependency, and that will help us go ahead and start this dev server. So I'm going to press Control backtick once again to launch a new terminal window. Again, you can do that from the terminal menu as well. And now I'm going to type npm run dev to launch our server. And we should get a message here saying what port it's running on. And it looks like we've got an error. Let's see where the error is.
I didn't get error. You got
Cannot find module model user JSON. Oh, and that's because I named it users JSON. So we didn't import that correctly. Let's go back to our register controller and change that to users.json. And we'll save. And now change that to users.json. And we'll save. And now we should see NodeMon restart, and we're running on port 3500.
If you're still typing your coding prompts, you're leaving performance on the table. You're prompting Cursor over 100 times a day.
Okay, now we can check our route, and I'm going to use an extension called Thunder Client to do that. And you see Thunder Client up here in the top left. If you don't have Thunder Client installed, you can do that, or you can use something else like the app Postman would be a good one that is normally used to check API routes with. But you can find Thunder Client in VS Code extensions, and I've found it's pretty good to check API routes with in a dev environment. So here it is on the left. I've got the circle with the lightning bolt, and we can go ahead and create a new request, and you can also save collections. And I've got a collection here already, with the request that I want to make. So I'll look at this first one, and you can see it's a post request, and it's going
3500. 3500. The fuck? Why it's so slow, my guy?
to http://localhost port 3500, and this goes to auth. I don't want the auth. We created the register one. Let me find that. There's the register one. Okay. Now if I click on Thunder Client or the file tree or anything else, it will hide this. And I've noticed that Thunder Client has a much better appearance when we hide that bar over here. So now we have the request on the left, we'll get the response on the right, and I can still see the Node.js console down here at the bottom. So with the register route in here, and it's a post route, I need to check the body and make sure I'm sending something. I'm going to send user walt3. I believe I'll just create walt1 this time around. And here's a password. And of course, it's unencrypted right now, but we'll see what we get in the Node.js console, because remember, we're going to log to the console the users, and that should also include the password if I remember correctly. And of course, we'll get the response over here that the client would get. So I'll click send. And on the right, we've got success, new user, Walt. Of course, we'll get the response.
Bro, why is it processing though? What the fuck was that? About here has password. If has password console. Hell yeah, and then successful code. Yeah, I did that though. Let me. Okay, if I don't multiple bugs, one of them is caused by the angle class silently duplicates. Check is broken. Broken, very important cons. Where is this motherfucker? Duplicate. Um, duplicate user DB. Users DB save. New request. User that find person that's okay. This call value got nothing, so find always get undefined. Users DB and no implication. Return we are using user DB and user yeah define data you okay user. What the fuck is a user? You fucking beta. User. This user. Users. User DB. What the fuck is you? User DB. Bruh, I did. Okay, save. And then users. DB user. Users. Users. Oh fucking hell, return. Return. Because oh this return undefined every time. Okay, I got you, bro. I got you. Farm person. You already in the JSON file run again. Oh wait, what the fuck is that? Oh wait though. Oh wait, wait. Fucking oh wait. FS promise. FS promise write file. Join user.json. Users.json. Users.json though. The user users db users. Okay, I forgot about that. String comma null comma um 2, yeah. Forget about the spacing and this thing. Write file, yeah, you still have. Bro, this is right though. What the fuck did it change? Fix. Oh, wait, I need to see this. What the fuck did it change? FS promises the write file. This writes a file, but to join, this is really simple. Okay, this is the problem. The comma. Okay, this is the directory, and this is the path, comma JSON. Okay, hell yeah. Okay, okay, this finally works. Console the users. Fuck is you, bitch? Who the fuck is you? Users. DB. And the crash case sensitive. What the fuck is that? User DB. I need to find that. Bruh. Bad success message gonna. Okay. Your user, bruh, username has been successfully created. That's good, bitch. Hell, working. Bro, it's 3500 though. 3500. This is post and it's still processing. Bro, what the fuck, man? What the fuck is this still processing? I didn't save. I saved this. Save, save, cut, cut, save, save, new request, register, register.
Response over here that the client would get. So
Bro, what the fuck?
console
There was postman and what? And what? Postman. Let's test this out. Test it out, bitch. What the fuck is this? Sample. Post. Okay. HTTP. Cut. Bro, you need to sign up? Fuck no. Bro, there's a limit. Bro, Tonga climb was so easy though. But wait the fuck up. Why the fuck does it still spin? No, this register. Register control is what I made, and user it's empty, it's cool. Server, yes, I found this is the real, it's still spinning 100%. The problem is gonna use register require browse. What? Which slash though? You forgot the leading slash. What does mean? Expect routes to start with slash. Without slash. Oh fucking hell! Register. Register. Oh, not this. In server. Okay, save. And post thunder client, please. Your name is always sick. So be your not this. Co slash register and still processing. What the fuck? Save, 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 bro. Cut, cut. Save, save, save. These two save, and then let's rerun. npm run dev. It started, and then new request, and then localhost register. Full cool body result. What the fuck?
The users and
Body. Sun response full not found. Hey, I fucking forgot, bitch. I'm sorry, bitch. It's not get it posed though. Yay. Yeah, hell yeah, nigga. Register control, what do we have? Fucking username, password. Let copy response. Okay, that is progress, bro. username Aaron. Aaron has password ERD123 bad string. How the fuck is this a bad string? Comma is there. Let me write. Okay. User Aaron. The fuck is a bad string? I fucking did this. Password. One, two, three. The fuck? Bad request. How the fuck is this a bad request? How is this a bad string? So yes, it's a bad string. Badges and thunder rejects. Right, reject this. Okay. Keys must use. Okay, double quotation. Just tell me though. Okay, it's becoming colorful. It's becoming colorful. Full. It's becoming colorful. And send. You object. What the fuck? Object. You has been created. Your username has been corrected. Register control. Successful you user DB. The user has been created. The fuck you talking about? Users object is like a type though. What the fuck? Let's see if Dave.
That should also include the password if I remember correctly. And of course, we'll get the response over here that the client would get. So I'll click send. And on the right, we've got success, new user.
What the fuck is an object? I need to stop using AI for dumb shit like this. Yeah, this doesn't look cause this is with TypeScript. Well, you put in the things to on it into success has been created. Somewhere you are doing this, but new user is this. When they just try to convert into it becomes object. Try to convert an object into a string, it becomes you want you not the whole object has been. Oh fucking hell. User save. Okay. Love it. Love to see it.
User Walt1 created. Now here at the bottom, it's got just a little more information, so we need to pull this up so we can see more. And there you see our user's JSON, and it created Walt1. And here is the encrypted password that is both hashed and salted that bcrypt helped us create from the password that we passed in. So now let's go ahead and pull this down. Let's create one more user. Let's just create Walt2, and we'll send this. Success, new user Walt2 created. And now let's once again look at the node console, and you can see now both users were logged to the console here in Node, and they have different passwords as well that are encrypted. And of course, we could break all that down, but I'll let you look at the link to Bcrypt, and I've got another good article on that as well. I'll link to both of those in the description below, so make sure you do that. Okay, we have tested and handled the registration, but of course, now we need to go and ahead and handle the authorization as well. I'm going to close the terminal again, and I'm going to copy the import of the users DB with users in set users, and I'll go ahead and authorization as well. I'm going to close the terminal again, and I'm going to copy the import of the users DB with users in set users, and I'll go ahead.
Wait, I gotta finish this though. Authentication 49.
Ahead and create an auth controller now in the controllers directory. So we'll call this auth controller.js. And now the first thing I'll do is paste in the users DB where we import in our users JSON that simulates our users database table. And we're also going to need bcrypt again. So let's set this equal to require and bcrypt. And now we can begin constructing our function. Let's call this handle login. And let's set it equal to an async function that has a request and a response. Now inside the function, we'll start out just like we did inside the register controller, where we expect to get a user and a password parameter, both sent to us. And if we don't, we'll send back that 400 HTTP status crypt.
That's good. And if it changes it users function data function data user db dot user db dot what they call I fucking forgot, bitch. This dot what it has users equals to data. Yeah, I like that.
And now we can begin constructing our function. Let's call this handle login. And let's set it equal to an async function that has a request and a response. Now inside the function, we'll start out just like we did inside the register controller, where we expect to get a user and a password parameter, both sent to us. And if we don't, we'll send back that 400 HTTP status code that says it is a bad request.
At least like this ain't like 50.
So we can paste those right in. I'll press Alt-Z again so the code wraps.
Request, response, and the login, and this needs to be ASAP. This ain't happening.
So they start out the same way, but after that, there are definitely some differences. And what we need to do now.
Handle cons users password requested body, but yeah, I get that. If user okay, and login. I'm looking at there. Async request. Karma response. User comma wd equals to body if user isn't given, then response dot okay return or status bad request okay JSON bad what do you call it bad request message um,
now is try to find the user that's sent in. Before we even concern ourselves with the password, let's just see if the username exists. So I'm going to call this found user and set it equal to users.db.users.find, and then we'll look at each person in the users table and we'll say person.username equal to user. And find works this way until it actually finds somebody. And then if it finds
found user user db dot users dot find every user user person dot username
somebody, it will return that value. And if not, of course, it will be false or undefined at that point.
it works find
So now we could log this and take a look, but let's just say if we do not find a user, if we do not have a found user, we'll go ahead and return the response dot send status, and we're going to send a 401, which means unauthorized. And I could put a link to MDN that lists all of the HTTP status codes in the description below as well. I think I will do that. So there, if we do not find the user, we know, hey, that's it. There's no need to look any further. This is unauthorized, and so it won't work. But now if we do find a user, we need to go ahead and, let me put a note here, just say evaluate. Now if I could spell evaluate. There we go, evaluate password. And we'll use bcrypt to do that. So let's say match, That's what we're going to define, and we can just say await bcrypt dot compare, and let's pass in the password that we receive with the request, and we're going to compare it to the user that we found and the password that exists for that user. And now if we do have a match, if the passwords match, we can reply with the JSON.
Pause. So bcrypt compare password and found user. What the fuck is that? Found user. The password. Found user. The password comes. So like doesn't equal to, so this is like database stuff, like he has registered and trying to log into that, then then match equals to big async big compare password that is given, and then found user dot password. So found user true, then person, find user person, found user, user dot password, user dot password, found user, save the fucking object array and saves it, and found the password gives.
And once again, we could send a success message, and we'll just say, oh, backticks again, and we'll say user and pass in the user value. And from there, we'll say is logged in. But we could also have an else there. And if we do not have a match at this point, then we'll say response, send status. And once again, this will be a 401 unauthorized. And we can save that, and we're essentially finished with the function, except for adding the module.exports here once again. And we'll put it in an object again, and we'll say handle login. But the other note that I want to add to this, and we're not doing it in this tutorial, but we will in the next, is this is where we would create a JWT to send to you. With the other routes that we want protected in our API. So we'd actually create and send a couple of JWTs, which would be a normal token and then the refresh token. So let's put create JWTs that would be right here in this spot. And we'll just leave this note here for the next tutorial. But now we've created our handle login in our auth controller. So we once again need to create, here we go, scroll in the tree. We need to create a route for auth. So we'll just put auth.js right here, and we can copy.
Why the fuck is this so dim? Okay, return. Oh fucking hell. JSON is required. Then one of them must go.
most everything we have in the register and just change this over in auth. So at the top we need express and router just the same, but instead of register, this is the auth controller. We can select all of those with Control D and change them to everything we tree. We need to create a route for auth. So we'll just put auth.js right here, and we can copy most everything we have in the register and just change this over in auth. So at the top we need express and router just the same, but instead of register, this is the auth controller. We can select all of those with Control D and change them to auth. And after that, instead of handle new user, it is handle login that we want from the auth controller and save. And our auth route is complete. Now let's go back to the server once again, and let's add the auth route as well. So let's just copy down. I press Shift Alt and the down arrow to copy a line down in Windows. And I'm going to put in the auth route here. I'll press Control D.
Wait. I really wanted to
Refresh tokens. So let's put create JWTs. That would be right here in this spot. We'll just leave this node here for the next tutorial. But now we've created our handle login in our auth controller. So we once again need to create, here we go, scroll in the tree. We need to create a route for auth. So we'll just put auth.js right here. And we can copy most everything we have in the register and just change this over in auth. So at the top we need express and router just the same, but instead of register, this is the auth controller. We can select all of those with Control D and change them to auth. And after that, instead of handle new user, it is handle login that we want from the auth controller and save. And our auth route is complete. Now let's go back to the server once again, and let's add the auth route as well. So let's just copy down. I press Shift Alt and the down arrow to copy a line down in Windows. And I'm going to put in the auth route here. I'll press Control D to select both and just put auth and save that as well. With that complete, let's go back to Thunder Client and we'll look at our auth collection. There it is. And let's see if we can pull up the correct route. This is the auth route. That's great. So I'll hide the rest and we get a better look here. At our auth collection. There it is. And let's see if we can pull up the correct route. This is the auth route. That's great. So I'll hide the rest and we get a better look here. I want to see that terminal again. So I'm going to press Control and backtick to pull up the node.
was refused by the server. What the fuck? What the fuck is going on? This it crashed? Yeah, it crashed. Let's see. Throw new error. Where the fuck did I? Auth post. start running. This is what we'll have to see. Slay, bitch. Okay, password. Send. Is a hello is login and Aaron and let's type anything. Authorize. You have been blocked. You have been blocked.
Node terminal, and here we are on port 3500. So we're sending another post. This is going to localhost port 3500 and the auth route right here. So let's look at what we're sending in the body. And we want to log in with Walt1 and the password that we had previously submitted as well. So we'll see the client, what the client receives here on the right, and we'll see if anything is logged. I can't remember if we logged anything to the console this time around. Let's go ahead and send this. Well, we at least logged what route we hit here in the console, but now this says user Walt1 is logged in. Let's go ahead and try to log in with the user we don't have, like Walt3. And now we get our 401 unauthorized, which is exactly what we wanted. And I'm just thinking now, earlier, we didn't send something to register that already existed. So let's try to register a name that we've already registered. We registered Walt2 last time. This is going to the register route. So now let's try to register. And we got a 409 conflict. That's exactly what we expected there as well. So it appears our routes are working correctly and everything seems good. So this is handling authorization with username and a password on the back end. And we have simulated a database by using users.json. But in the future, we could connect this to MongoDB, MySQL, or some type of database technology, and you really wouldn't use just a JSON file in production, or at least I wouldn't recommend it. But we will come back in the next tutorial and learn how to protect routes with JSON web tokens. Today, we will add protected routes.
Should I stop? The fuck should I do? This session, this this block is like an hour. An hour, bitch. An hour. And the rest is an hour and 5. I like this bitch. That's what I'm sorting about. Let's leave a good comment, cause for 09 409. What is this? 47 timeline. I must say. How the fuck do you write breeze? nothing. After I finish this bitch. Okay. Okay. I will watch this. Hey yo, goodbye, bitch.